And hello, everyone. How are you doing today? You having a good time? Are you having a fun time? Are you perhaps having a good fun time? No sound. It looks like there's sound. There should be sound. Huh. It's just the one person getting no sound. Weird. I can hear you. Well, thank you. I'm glad you can hear. I wonder if maybe, like, that song is, like, copyrighted, like, harder in, like, Europe or something? So maybe some people got the stream muted and some people didn't? Never mind. Twitch. Okay, never mind. There's no great thing. They just had Twitch muted. There you go, making me... I should go ahead and give a thanks to Concise Koala 1A, who gave me a Prime sub while we were warming up. And if you're watching this on YouTube and you're wondering about today's weather, I just picked two songs I like. We did Joker and the Thief by Wolf Mother, and Typical by a band called Mute Math. Both fun songs. They're fun to play on drums. Play it on the Rock Band. I do Rock Band streams from time to time, like one a year. Not very often, but I do them. And yeah, in case you haven't noticed, we're doing a Let's Learn on a Tuesday, which is unusual, but the schedule is open. I guess normally I would use this time to learn Memento, but we already did a Let's Learn of Memento, so I feel like I understand the deck fairly well. We'll probably watch a couple deck profiles on Thursday, and then just build it in Master Duel. So today, I'm just using this time, we're gonna do a Let's Learn on a deck that's actually upcoming. And then after that, if there's time left, which hopefully there should be, we can do the Link Fusion Festival. Suggestion for the hat for Memento Mori: a reskin of your top hat. I had considered that. There were some, like, top hats that had, like, bones and feathers and stuff on them that looked kind of like Memento, but they were technically, like, voodoo hats or hoodoo hats. And, like, you know, to some people that's an actual religion. It felt weird to wear someone else's religion as, like, a costume. Like, I don't think I would wear, like, priest robes or, like, a nun babbit or bobbit or whatever it's called. Just get a Day of the Dead hat, yeah. They did have big, soft, like, Cat in the Hat style top hats that had, like, skulls and stuff on them. I considered going that. There was a really cool, it was like a, what was it? It was sold by a costume shop, but they called it a helmet because it sat on top of your head. But it was like a raven skull where, like, the beak went out over, and then it had, like, black, like, gangly hair that went down the back. And I was like, oh, this is perfect. This is really cool. Because the problem with coming up with anything for Let's Learn is that I don't want a mask, because I don't want my voice to be muffled the entire time. I also don't want to be all sweaty and everything. It has to be something that I can wear on my head or over the top part of my face or, like, on my shoulder or something. And so I found this really cool thing, but they were like, for whatever reason, it wasn't eligible for Prime shipping. So, like, I had to pay an extra, like, $5 to get it shipped, and it was already, like, a $45 thing, which is kind of pushing it for, like, a prop. But then also, it was going to take, like, 2 weeks to get here, so I wouldn't have it in time for the episode. So instead, I ended up getting this cheap little, what they call a half mask. It's like a skull, and it just kind of, like, has a slot for your, like, nose. And it's got, like, 2 teeth that come out, like, down to your top lip, but it doesn't cover the bottom half of your face. And it looks a little cheap. We'll have to see if it's something I wear the whole time. But I think that should work. The other thing is that, like, it's, like, the problem is my glasses. I have to either wear my glasses over it or be able to wear my glasses under it. And it's possible that if I wear my glasses over it, it just kind of ruins the idea. Half mask? No, that's a quarter mask. Or it's a half masquerade mask. I learned about a lot of the technical stuff. Jedi robes are fair game, yeah. People may put Jedi down as their religion. I respect some religions more than others. Tradition extending over the Master Duel options, yeah. So today we're doing a Let's Learn, though. And I'm curious, since I've never done these on a Tuesday, does anyone, is there anyone here who's not familiar with this show? Who's never been to a recording of a Let's Learn? I guess I should put this down here, just so we know. Now, looks like everyone kind of understands it. But just as a general disclaimer, I am recording a show for YouTube. That means, especially at the beginning, I'll be doing several takes. A lot of people seem to really enjoy this, like, behind-the-scenes look at like, what it takes to make an episode like this when you're improvising. Other people find it supremely annoying. So just be warned, if you're looking for if you're looking for like a whole lot of interaction, or for me to have like an in-depth discussion, or to be playing a lot of duels, that won't be happening for the first half of this. I'll be recording something. Although chat does get to be on screen for this. So there's that. You can help me out. There you go, you're free, chat. You could say all sorts of things. You could post emotes. Look at the text. I want to be part of the troll voice chanting field spell. Is there a field spell? Yes, there is. Alright. This will be interesting because I really don't know anything about these other than they make level 12 synchros. I think they have something to do with the back row. Like, I think they also push stuff into the back rooms, if I'm not mistaken. Also weird, I have this sorted by release date. Why is Gargoyle 2 after the OCG cards? I don't know. I could tell you, but the whole point of the series is that you don't know yet. Yeah. I'm also having trouble, just like the Memento, I'm having trouble thinking of like an opening bit. I get that they're like based off of Roman Centurions, somewhat, but they're like in mechs, and the one girl's like a bunny and the other one's a unicorn. So they're like kawaii Roman Empire robots. That's what I'm guessing. What's the Centurion salute? Gurren Lagann. Row, row, fight the power. Like, let's learn Centurion! The problem is I can't raise my hand all the way. Well, I guess I could. One second. Make me bigger. Like, Centurion! And just like, do 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 do. Or we could just have a, yeah, we could have it be like the Gurren Lagann thing. Like, Centurion! And then just have that, like, the row, row, fight the power, and then everything explodes. The finger should point. The problem is getting enough room in here. Let me look. And she's got her hand, like, straight extended. Centurion! Do, 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 do. Grab an umbrella. I don't have an umbrella, I don't think. I have the, like, leg. Centurion! The problem is I'm already, like, I can't extend my hand all the way without going off the screen. So if I have something in my hand, it makes it even less dramatic. Unless maybe if I... Centurion! But then I look like I'm, like, melting into the seat. Let's learn Centurion! I guess I could sit up a little bit if I'm going to do Centurion! And I'll look dramatically... Or wait, do I? Because she's looking... In the art, she's looking... I guess I got to do it the way she... She's looking kind of, like, down. So that the, like, shade of the hat... Row, row, fight the power. Either that or, like, the justice-like look where I'm like, whew. Or would it be like... Move the chair and squat. I don't have the legs for that. The Superman theme, somewhat. Like, I get the cool pose, I'm just trying to, like... I guess, yeah, it's probably better if I look down like that. Okay, so for the editor, that's we're gonna do the standard, like, let's learn Centurion! How did I miss that? Yeah, like... Let's learn Centurion! Did I mess that up again? Okay. Let's learn Centurion! I need to get that elbow over on this side so that the shadow casts on my face. It looks cooler. Okay. So we get this and then... Sorry, I was like... explaining to the editor, and then I stopped. But yeah, I'm gonna get the finger up there, and then do like a lens flare or like a shine on the finger, and then go into the Gurren Lagann. If you've never seen Gurren Lagann, it was like when they went to commercial, they would have this like shining thing, and then it would have like a splash screen, like row, row, fight the power. Use the middle finger, yeah. I'm not using the middle finger. So we'll do that as if we're cutting to commercial break, and then you just bring in the explosion and we come back with everything else. What we're doing today, we're recording a Let's Learn. So let me get a couple more takes in this. Let's learn Centurion! Let's learn Centurion! Is it Centurion, or is it just Centurion? Or Centaur Ion? How do most people pronounce this? Is there like an agreed pronunciation? Oh, also for the intro chat, you should fill up with like emotes and capture cats in the chat and stuff. There you go, cats in the chat. Okay. Let's learn Centurion! I did it with the wrong side of the... Okay. Let's learn Centurion! Let's learn Centurion! Let's learn Centurion! Okay, one more with the hat down. Okay. Let's learn Centurion! Okay. That should be more than enough for the editor to work with. Be cool if you had a plastic sword or something. Yeah. But like I said, I'm already running into room being able to reach off the top. If I had a sword, like, I'd be holding something and I'd have to, like, curve my elbow even more. So you'd get less of that, like, straight line. It only looks like this because of the way I'm doing the perspective. Alright. Now to see if I can get this. Be the drill that pierces the heavens. Memento for next month? Yeah. Alright. Let's go through this in a whole thing, and then we'll see if we can get a better one. Okay. And welcome back to Let's Learn, Yu-Gi-Tube's most imperious deck building show. I'm Hardleg Joe, if and ya didn't know, joined as always by Twitch chat, down there putting emotes, saying hi to themselves on YouTube. They're a kooky bunch. And today we're here to learn Centurion, or Centurion. I'm not exactly sure how to pronounce the name because this is a brand new deck that at the time of filming isn't released on Master Duel. We're going to be trying to build for Master Duel, even though I'm not exactly sure what's here. But we know it's coming because they've banned King Calamity. And the only thing I know about this deck is that it makes level 12 synchros, including King Calamity. So with it banned, this thing is almost certain to arrive shortly. So we're going to get ahead of the curve and see if we can learn this beforehand. And yeah, as the name implies, this is what I call a blind deck building show. I have no idea what this archetype does beyond the very basics. So I'm going to be going in here and trying to learn it from scratch, reading over the cards and using my 12 plus years of Yu-Gi-Oh! Experience to figure out all its mechanics. As such, this will not be the best Centurion deck, or even necessarily a good Centurion deck, but it should give you some insight into the archetype and some insight into the deck building process. So whether you're new to these cards or new to Yu-Gi-Oh! In general, you should be able to get something out of this that you can use for your using stuff. Decade says it isn't coming? Oh no. What does he say is coming? Saxophone, thank you for the 16 months. I mean, it'll come eventually, yeah, giggity. Will it into existence? Yeah, I guess we'll see. More Sky Strikers. Okay, let's try a take 2 of that, see if we can get a little better. And welcome back to Let's Learn, Yu-Gi-Tube's most imperial deck building show. I'm Hardleg Joe, if ya didn't know, and today we're learning Centurion, or Centurion. I'm not exactly sure how it's pronounced, because at the time of recording, this deck is not on Master Duel, where I normally learn to play decks. However, we recently got news that King Calamity is banned. No deck currently makes this, and the only thing I do know about Centurion is that they make level 12 synchros, including this. So I'm going to assume that this is going to be released next month or shortly after recording, and I'm trying to get ahead of things. Only time will tell for sure. But yeah, as the name of the show implies, I currently don't know how to play, but yeah, as the name of the show implies, I currently don't know how to play Centurion. I'm going to be learning it for the first time. My Royal Calamity, yeah. But yeah, as the name of the show implies, I'm going to be learning how to play Centurion. I currently don't know. I haven't read any of these cards before. So we're going to go in, read them all together, and then see if we can use our Yu-Gi-Oh! Experience to figure out how they work. Now, as a result, we will not be building the best Centurion deck, or even necessarily a good deck, but we should... But we should burp loudly and ruin the take. The new Master Duel ban list makes Fire King variant better? I don't know. Just add the old guitar riff. Nope, we're doing it again. I gotta go into it again. I warned you this would happen. This is what it's like filming for YouTube. At least for me. MBT seems to be able to get it done in one take, but he's had theater acting. He's better at improv than I am. I like to be a little more formal with my episodes. Have them follow a consistent formula and everything. Okay. And welcome back to Let's Learn, Yu-Gi-Tube's most imperious deck-building show. I'm Hardleg Joe, if ya didn't know, and today we're looking at Centurion, or Centurion. I'm actually not sure how the name is pronounced, because at the time of recording, these are not out on Master Duel, which is normally what we build for. I'm actually doing this ahead of time, because we just learned that Red Hot Dragon Archfiend King Calamity has been banned, and it's not really being used a whole lot. And the one thing I do know about this archetype is that it makes level 12 synchros, including this. So I think it's pretty safe to assume that these will be releasing on Master Duel shortly. And I wanted to learn them before they arrive, so that's what we're going to do. And yeah, I currently have no idea how to play this archetype. I'm going to be going in here blind, reading over all the cards, and just trying to use my years of Yu-Gi-Oh! Experience to see if I can get it done. As a result, this will not be the best Centurion deck, or even damn it, I need to... Okay. As a result, we will not be building the best Centurion deck, or even necessarily a good deck. But we will be learning how the deck plays, and we'll be learning some, But we will be learning how the archetype works, and we'll be learning some good building practices, some good deck building strategies. We'll be learning how the archetype works, and we'll be learning some strategies for how to figure out archetypes on the fly. So whether you're new to this kind of deck, or new to Yu-Gi-Oh! In general, you should hopefully get some useful insight from this show. Hot red. The field spell! You're a little early, Freddy. Okay, we almost got it. We're getting it together. I feel like I should put this one. This one's got the most dramatic. She's doing the like... Whew. The point. Print it. And welcome back to Let's Learn, YugiTube's most imperious deck building show. I'm Hardleg Joe, if you didn't know, and today we're looking over Centurion, or Centurion. I'm actually not sure how it's pronounced, because at the time of filming, this deck is not on Master Duel. Unlike every other Let's Learn, I'm kind of peeking ahead of the curve here, because we just got it announced that Red Hot Dragon Archfiend King Calamity has been banned, and while this is a problematic card, it hasn't seen a whole lot of play, and okay, damn it. Print it. What are we learning? Centurion, yeah. I'm also trying to be... You know what, let's move me over here a little bit. So if I look up there, I look there, okay. I'm learning it before the deck. I wonder if I should even, like, include that. Maybe the audience doesn't need to know that it's, like, new or why we're looking at it or anything. Okay. No, they probably, okay. And welcome back to Let's Learn, YugiTube's most imperial deck building show. I'm Hardleg Joe, if you didn't know, and today we're looking at Centurion. Or Centurion. I'm actually not sure how it's pronounced, because at the time of filming, this deck is not on Master Duel yet, which is normally where I record these Let's Learn. Which is normally the format it's normally the format I play, I guess. Which is usually the format I use when recording these episodes. There's got to be a better way to phrase that. Yeah, but they've got, in Latin, Imperium just means the command of the army. And this is based off Centurions. The platform. The platform I usually build for. I guess that'll work. I guess it's technically a platform. Okay. Let's try it again. Take 37. And welcome back to Let's Learn, YugiTube's most imperious deck building show. I'm Hardleg Joe, if you didn't know, and today we're looking at Centurion. Or Centurion. I'm actually not sure how to pronounce the name, because at the time of recording, these cards are not in Master Duel yet, which is the platform I usually build for. But I have a sneaking suspicion that they're going to be released soon, because we just got a new ban list in which they banned King Calamity, a level 12 Synchro that locks everything out. And though I don't know much about this deck, I know that it likes to build level 12 Synchros. They made this a lot in the TCG, so it being banned is a sign that perhaps we'll be getting these soon. So I want to get ahead of the curve and try to learn them before that happens. Now, of course, as that implies, I do not actually know how the deck works currently, because this is a blind deck building show. I need to think of a better transition to get into that. Maybe I could just be like, now if you're unfamiliar with Let's Learn, this is a blind deck building show, which means I don't know. I already mentioned that. I mentioned that I don't know it already. I need to... Okay. Now, if you're unfamiliar with Let's Learn, this is a blind deck building show, which means I'm just going to go in here, which means I'm going to be going in here, reading these cards for the first time, and trying to use my years of Yu-Gi-Oh! Experience to figure out how they work. As a result, we will not be building the best Centurion deck, or even necessarily a good one, but we will be learning how the cards work and how to deck build. So whether you're new to this archetype or new to Yu-Gi-Oh! In general, you should get some insight that'll help you be better at the game. Okay. I think we almost got it. One more try, chat. See if we can get it in one take. Or, 2 takes is fine even, as long as in between the takes it's just a pause. I'm just trying to get it without saying like or or stammering. I want to have as few cuts as possible. Especially for this intro part. And welcome back to Let's Learn, Yu-Gi-Tube's most imperious deck building show. I'm Hardleg Joe, if you didn't know, and today we're learning Centurion. Or Centurion? I'm actually not sure how this is pronounced, because at the time of recording, this deck is not in Master Duel, which is the platform I usually build for. But I have a sneaking suspicion that they're going to be released soon. We just got a ban list that banned King Calamity, a card that should probably be banned anyway, but wasn't really doing anything in the meta. All I really know about it is that this deck in the TCG often builds it, so it being banned ahead of time means that these will probably be coming soon, and I wanted to get ahead of the curve and learn them before they get released. Now, if you're new to Let's Learn, this is what I call a blind deck building show. I know very little about this archetype going in. I'm just going to be reading over the cards and trying to use my years of Yu-Gi-Oh! Experience to figure out how they work, to deck build on the fly. As a result, we will not be building the best Centurion deck, or even necessarily a good one, but this should give you a general idea of how these cards work, and an even better idea of how to build decks in general. So, whether you're new to this archetype or new to Yu-Gi-Oh! At all, I was about to say in general again, we're almost there. I can start from at least that point, though. It was, did I have a but? Yeah. But yeah, if you're unfamiliar with this show, it is a blind... But yeah, if you're unfamiliar with Let's Learn, it is a blind deck building show, which means I know very little about these cards. I'm going to be going in here, reading most of them for the first time, and trying to use my years of Yu-Gi-Oh! Experience to figure out how they function. As a result, this will not be the best Centurion... As a result, we will not be building the best Centurion deck, or even necessarily a good Centurion deck, but we will be learning how Centurions work. And if you're new to deck building in general, I'll be teaching you some tips and tricks when trying to analyze and evaluate. Damn it. We're so close. Okay. But yeah, if you're unfamiliar with Let's Learn, this is what I call a blind deck building show. I'm just going to be going in here, reading over all these cards for the first time, and trying to use... Okay. But yeah, if you're unfamiliar with Let's Learn, this is what I call a blind deck building show. I am unfamiliar with this archetype. I'm going to be going in here, reading over many of these cards for the first time, and trying to use my years of Yu-Gi-Oh! Experience to figure out how they work. As a result, I will not be building the best Centurion deck, or even necessarily a good Centurion deck, but I will be figuring out how the archetype functions, and giving you some general tips on how to deck build in general. So whether you're new to the archetype or new to Yu-Gi-Oh! Overall, you should be able to get some insight from this that'll be useful to you. Now before we get into it, I do want to go ahead and give a special thanks to this episode's sponsor, me. I made this. I'm doing this all on my own, and I can do it thanks to the support of okay. Now before we get into this, I do want to hook up... Now before we get into things, I want to go ahead and give a special thanks to this episode's sponsor, me. I made this. I'm just doing this all on my own, and I can afford to do stuff like this thanks to generous support of people on Patreon. This is patreon.com/hardleggaming. If you appreciate damn it. We're almost there. Unscripted, baby. But anyway, before we get into it, I do want to give a special thanks to this episode's sponsor, me. I made this. I'm just doing this all on my own, and I can afford to do that thanks to generous support of people on Patreon who help fund this channel. So if you like what I do and you'd like to support it yourself, consider checking out patreon.com/hardleggaming. There's a link in the description. Just $1 really helps. You get a free smile with every Patreon subscription. So consider checking that out. And otherwise, let's go ahead and stand up for Centurion. Okay. Take 69, 420. Oh, unscrupulous. Yeah, we're gonna hope that the editor can salvage that. Who knows? Maybe I'll edit this one myself. I just started this game. Hello. Perhaps this will work. Okay, let's get one more. Not one more, but... Alright, so, as is per usual of the episode of the thing... What cards do we have? Many cards. The field spell, yep, get your field spells ready down there. Oop. Alrighty, so as usual, we are going to have to decide where to start looking at these cards, and there's one place that's always makes the most... Okay. Okie dokie, so, as always, when starting with a brand new archetype, we have to figure out what card to read first, and there's one prime suspect in every deck, and the chat is already telling me which one it is. That's right, it's the field spell, and this archetype does have a field spell. Stand up, Centurion! Look at her. Full confidence. No one knows better than... Okay. Make me a little bit bigger. The field spell. Okie dokie. So, as always, when learning a new archetype, there is one prime place where you want to start, and the people in chat already have it down there. It's the field spell. Field spells in Yu-Gi-Oh! Generally have unifying effects. They will tell you what the archetype is all about if they have one. And this archetype does have one. Stand up, Centurion. Look at her. Projecting confidence. Perfectly balanced as all things should be. Or perfectly bunnied as... Okay. We'll try this one more time. We got this. Okie dokie. So, whenever you're learning a new archetype, there is always one prime place that you want to start, one type of card that generally has unifying effects that'll tell you how the whole archetype works. And the chat is already way ahead of me on it. It's the field spell. And this archetype does have a field spell. Stand up, Centurion. Just look at her. Perfect. Just look at her, projecting confidence, perfectly bunny as all things should be. Girl boss extraordinaire. Oh. You want to add any kind of cool effect to the art or whatever when you're zooming in on it, go ahead. Okay, cannot be destroyed by your opponent's card effects while you control a Centurion monster card. You can only use each of the following effects once per turn. During your main phase, if this card was activated this turn, you can send one card from your hand to the graveyard, place one Centurion monster from your deck in your spell trap zone as a continuous trap. If a monster is special summoned, you can immediately after this resolves, Synchro summon one Synchro monster using monsters you control, including a Centurion. Perfectly bunny is weird. Okay, sorry, let's try that again. I got a little... Okay. Cannot be destroyed by your opponent's card effects while you control a Centurion monster card. You can only use each of the following effects once per turn. During your main phase, if this card was activated this turn, you can send one card from your hand to the graveyard, place one Centurion monster from your deck in your spell trap zone as a face-up continuous trap. If a monsters is special summoned, you can immediately after this effect resolves, Synchro summon one Synchro monster using monsters you control as material, including a Centurion monster. Okay, well, there you go. We've got to assume that the monsters want to be face-up in the back row as continuous traps. That's probably a core mechanic. And we know that the Synchro monsters you're making probably have effects during the opponent's turn, since this seems designed to let you Synchro during your opponent's turn. It's very much like Snake Eyes feeling. It's very much got a Snake Eyes kind of feel. You're putting stuff in the back row. It's kind of got a Snake Eyes feel, where like you're summoning stuff out of the... Well, I guess you're not standing up. Okay. Alright, so there you go. We've already got two main mechanics right here. Alright, so there you go. This is already letting you know the two main mechanics of the archetype. At least I assume that the monsters become continuous traps and that you can Synchro summon during your opponent's turn. I assume that means, I mean, I guess technically it's not during your opponent's turn. It's when any monster is special summoned. So you could do it during your... Damn it, okay. Okay, so right away, this is letting you know that there's at least two main mechanics to this archetype. You have monsters that want to be continuous trap cards, specifically, and you Synchro summon during your opponent's turn. I guess you can Synchro summon during your turn as well, it's when any monster is summoned, but usually when it has an effect like that, it means you want to Synchro when your opponent summons a monster. Which means we can guess that these are going to be your main forms of disruption. You'll be making them when your opponent does something, and then these will trigger when they're summoned. At least that's what I'm guessing. Having them become continuous traps is interesting too. One thing that a lot of players don't really understand is that by bestowing the... One thing that new players may not understand intuitively is that by bestowing monsters with the... What's the word? Okay. One thing that new players may not understand intuitively is that by turning a monster into a trap, you inherently give it quick effects. Like, if any of these cards have effects while they're in the back row, because they're traps, that means you can use them on the opponent's turn as if they were an actual trap card. It'll be curious to see if that's actually like a mechanic, or if they're using it just like Snake Eyes do, where they put stuff in the back row as a way to remove them, and they don't actually have effects while in the back row. I'm going to assume they do, though, because it specifies that they're a continuous trap and not a continuous spell. It does say that, right? Yeah, it's a continuous trap, okay. So from there, I think the logical place to go is into the extra deck. We know from the... Okay. Alright, so from there, I think the logical place to go next is into the extra deck. We know from the field spell that we're going to be Synchro summoning during the opponent's turn, so these are probably our win condition. Let's see what these Synchro monsters do if we summon them when our opponent summons. And we'll just start with this one. They're both level 12. Do they have equal attack? No, this one has higher attack, so it might be slightly better. We'll see. But this is Centurion Legatia, a level 12 machine synchro with 3,500 attack, 2,000 defense. and it requires 1 tuner and 1 or more non-tuners. Your monsters with 2,000 or less attack cannot be destroyed by battle. You can only use each of the following effects once per turn. If this card is special summoned, draw 1 card, then destroy the monster your opponent controls with the highest attack, your choice of tide. During the end phase, you can place 1 non-Synchro Centurion monster from your hand or graveyard into your spell trap zone as a face-up continuous trap. Alright, so I was correct. When this card is summoned, you get to draw a card and then destroy a monster your opponent controls. Not the most effective removal, but the fact that it gives you a free card too is nice. That means you can play this with a lot of hand traps and maybe draw into some future disruption. It destroys the one with the highest attack, which means it doesn't target. You're basically letting the game mechanics choose which one it resolves, which is good in some ways. Obviously, if they have a low attack monster that you would rather destroy, it's unfortunate that you can't get to it. And then during the end phase, I guess if this is still around, yeah, during the end phase, that triggers, you can place 1 non-Synchro Centurion as a continuous trap. No idea what they do as continuous traps yet, but I assume this is probably pretty good. If nothing else, it's a pretty big attacker or whatever. Nothing to write home about. It really depends on how easy this is going to be to summon. Okay, let's look at their... Alright, let's look at their second Synchro, Centurion Auxilia. This is a Dark Dragon Synchro with 3,000 attack, 3,000 defense. Already kind of interesting that they don't share a type or an attribute line, just a level line. And it also is generic, 1 tuner plus 1 or more non-tuners. Face-up cards in your spell trap zone cannot be destroyed by card effects. You can use each of the following effects once per turn. If this card is special summoned, add 1 Centurion from your deck to your hand. During the end phase, place 1 non-Synchro Centurion that is banished or in your graveyard into your spell trap zone as a face-up continuous trap. Alright, so this is your Searcher. Just add 1 Centurion from your deck to your hand. I was not expecting that on a big level 12, 3,000 attack monster. And it mostly just gives protection to your back row, which makes me think that maybe these aren't necessarily the win condition. This does get some disruption, but if your other big card is searching Centurions and protecting them, maybe one of these does something really impressive while in the back row, something that disrupts your opponent or gives them a bunch of extra attack. It's also possible this archetype is just bad. That's always a consideration. Maybe they made this because they needed to make it. Only time will tell. I guess we're going to go ahead and start looking into these now. We've got 4 monsters total, 2 level 4s, 2 level 8s. Hard to know where we should start because the lower level monsters, the normal summonable ones, are probably the ones that let you go into the synchros, while I imagine the big level ones are probably your payoffs, the things you want as continuous traps. Considering we've got like 3 cards that place them, I think it's best to start with the high level monsters. We'll see if these have any cool payoffs, and then we'll learn how to synchro summon. These both have equal stats, so let's go ahead and start with this one. Centurion Emeth the 4th, or the 5th. Centurion Emeth the 6th. This is an Earth Machine monster, very powerful. Okay. Centurion Emeth the 6th. This is an Earth Machine monster, very powerful for Infinitrax, perhaps. 2,000 attack, 3,000 defense, so it's better at defending than anything. And it's level 8. Okay, I already said level 8. Okay. Centurion Emeth the 6th. This is an Earth Machine monster, very good for Infinitrax, possibly, with 2,000 attack and 3,000 defense, so it makes a better wall than a window. And during your opponent's turn, if this card is in your hand or graveyard, quick effect, target 1 Centurion you control, except another copy of itself, place it in the spell trap zone as a continuous trap, and if you do, special summon this card. Also, you cannot special summon another copy of itself for the rest of this turn. During the main phase, if this card is a continuous trap, you can special summon it. You can only use each effect once per turn. That's very interesting. So it can summon itself as a quick effect by targeting any monster and making it a spell trap. I guess you could do that with the Synchros, but they don't have any effects while they're in the back row. And then if this becomes a back row, you can just special summon it during either player's main phase because it's a continuous trap. And like I said, traps inherently are like quick effects. So that possibly helps you with making the Centurions. So that possibly helps you with the field spell to make these during your opponent's turn, but you're not getting a whole lot out of it. I thought this might do something a little more impactful than just exist on the field. I guess it can block. It does have a 3,000 booty, and at least has a summoning condition, so you don't have to worry about it bricking up your hand, as long as you have a low-level Centurion, although there are only 2 of them, so that does make it a little tricky. I would like to see more, but we'll see, we'll see. Let's go ahead to the next one, Centurion Gargoyle II. This is a Dark Dragon effect, 2,000, 3,000, just like the previous one. And just to check real quick, this is a Earth Machine, this is a Light Machine, this is a Dark Dragon, also a Dark Dragon. So they keep the same type, but they change the attribute, but just on this one. Very strange indeed. Anyway, let's go ahead and check out this effect. You can send one face-up Centurion card you control to the graveyard, special summon this from your hand. Also, you cannot special summon another copy of itself for the rest of this turn. If this card is sent to the graveyard as Synchro material, add this card to your hand. During your main phase, if this card is a continuous trap, you can special summon it, then reduce its level by 4. You can only use each effect once per turn. That's also very interesting. So it has a similar summoning condition, but instead of making something a trap, it just sends it to the graveyard. Now this can summon from the field or graveyard, so, you can send this to the graveyard to summon this, and then summon this out of the graveyard, assuming you haven't already summoned it this turn, by making this a continuous trap. And then while it's a continuous trap, you can special summon it, assuming you haven't special summoned it this turn. So it looks like you're setting, because these are both once per turns on just like summoning it, not using its effect, it looks like you're going to be setting up something and then resolving it during the opponent's turn. Making these continuous traps, and then maybe during your opponent's turn, summon them out, Synchro summon, make these, and perhaps there's just other ones you can make. The turning itself to essentially a level 4 is interesting, because that means with these other level 4s, you now have access to level 8 Synchros. There's none in the archetype, but I believe this doesn't restrict you into what you can make. It just says Synchro summon one monster, including a Synchro summon one monster using Centurion monsters. So you could potentially like summon this, make it level 4, and then if you have this on the field for whatever reason, you can make like a Psyframe Lord Omega and get one card out of their hand or something like that. Very interesting. We'll have to look at more Synchros to see what they can make. Also, I just noticed only this one is a tuner. You have a Synchro archetype with one tuner. This thing better be incredibly accessible. Otherwise, making anything with them is going to be very difficult. I guess we'll find out. Let's go ahead to Centurion Primera. This is a level 4 light spellcaster tuner, 1600 attack, 1600 defense. And while this card is a continuous trap, level 5 or higher Centurions... And while this card is a continuous trap, level 5 or higher Centurion monsters you control cannot be destroyed by card effects. You can only use each of the following effects once per turn. If this card is normal or special summoned, Add one Centurion card from your deck to your hand except a copy of itself. Also, you cannot special summon Okay, let's try this. And while this is a continuous trap, level 5 or higher Centurion monsters cannot be destroyed by card effects. You can only use this effect... Ugh. 1 second, I need a drink. And while this card is a continuous trap, level 5 or higher Centurion monsters you control cannot be destroyed by card effects. You can only use each of the following effects once per turn. If this card is normal or special summoned, add one Centurion card from your deck to your hand, except another copy of itself. Also, you cannot special summon another copy of this card for the rest of the turn. During the main phase, if this card is a continuous trap, you can special summon it. Alright, that's a little more interesting. It special summons itself just like all the rest of them, so it seems like making them continuous traps is mostly just... So it seems like making these continuous traps is mostly just a thing where you're going to be able to swarm more, again, during the opponent's turn, because this is also a once per turn summon. Except this also gives you protection while it's in the back row. It seems a little old school. Yu-Gi-Oh's kind of outdated at this point. You don't really want to, like, put a 3,000 defense wall and then protect it by making it indestructible. But there is a chance that this becomes useful, you know? It stops your opponent from just hitting you with, like, Raigeki or Lightning Storm. Although, I mean, you're putting these in defense anyway, so Lightning Storm's not really going to do anything. It's really just, like, Raigeki protection for what little that means. Although this is also a starter. I should have just immediately, you know, Although this is also a searcher, which means we should immediately just put 3 of it in there, you know? This is your starter, it gets you everything you want, there's no reason not to play it. It just grabs one of these and then you can put it into the back row. Okay. I could feel the brain curves. Miwabel, thank you for the gifted sub. Oh, // gave a gifted sub. Well, either way, thank someone for the gifted sub. Hopefully you're doing well. I'm recording a show for YouTube called Let's Learn, where we figure out archetypes on the fly. It requires a lot of reading. Shout out given to Miwabel. Thank you, whoever did that. The mods are cool. Okay, let's try this again. I lost my thought, so okay. Alright, so right off the bat, let's go ahead and just put 2 more of these in here, because this is your searcher. As soon as it's searched, you can get any Centurion card, which means obviously you can get the monster. You can then make this a back row Ugh, my brain is full of fudge today! Alright, very interesting. So for starters, let's go ahead and just put 2 copies of this in here, because it's your searcher. As soon as it's summoned, normal or special, you get any Centurion card, which means not just the monsters, but also all these spell traps, and they have more spell traps than monsters, so maybe these end up completely, like, bringing the deck together in a way that the monsters don't. Like the rest of them, while it's a trap, you can summon it, and it can only be summoned once per turn. But I can kind of see at least like part of a line here, right? Like, normal summon Primura, grab Emeth, Emeth summons by making this a continuous trap, and then during your opponent's turn you can summon this out and then Synchro summon. And it also offers some protection. I was really hoping that they would use the fact that these are traps to do some kind of like quick effect pop or whatever. It's interesting that, like, because it's a continuous trap specifically, it offers a continuous effect, just some protection. That's kind of outdated at this point. This would have been a really cool mechanic, like, 3 or 4 years ago, to be able to have this card where it's like, yeah, I'm going to sit on a 3,000, and it can't be destroyed by card effects, and then if you try to get rid of it in some other way, like with a targeted effect, then you can summon it and then Synchro summon with it. These days, I feel like the protection isn't worth a lot, but I guess it'll stop you from getting hit with, like, Raigeki or something, so there's that. A little interesting for sure. Sucks that this is your only tuner, but again, maybe some of these will help turn something else into a tuner, or summon more monsters. We'll see. We've got one more main deck monster. Let's go ahead and take a look at Centurion Trudea. Trudeau? Is this like the Prime Minister of Canada? I don't remember him looking quite like this, but you know, I don't pay attention a lot to Canadian politics. Either way, this is a dark pyro monster for some reason. It finally changed type. 1000 attack, 2000 defense, and the following effect. During your main phase, you can place this card you control and one Centurion from your hand or deck, except another copy of itself, in your spell trap zone as face-up continuous traps. Also, you cannot special summon another copy of this for the rest of the turn. During the main phase, if this card is a continuous trap, you can special summon it, and then you can increase its level by 4. You can only use this effect once per turn. Alright, I wasn't expecting this, so it's not a tuner, but it is a 1-card starter. You know, I'm going to go ahead and just put this in here at 3. If you have this on the field, you can just put it into the back row, along with Primora, or any of these other ones if you already have Primera, and then you can just summon both of them during your opponent's turn. You know, this comes out, and even though this is only a level 4, it could just make itself level 8 so you can go into your level 12s. Or again, it gives you access to level 8 synchros, even though the deck doesn't have any. We're really going to have to look through all the level 8 synchros and see which ones gain effects when they're summoned during the opponent's turn. But I can at least see some potential here. I get what you're trying to do, and as people in chat are already pointing out, because this is a level 4 Pyro, it's a frickin' bonfire target. And because it's a starter, you probably want to play Bonfire, so we'll just go ahead and throw 3 of that in there while we're at it, and then we'll check out the rest of these cards. Alright, so looking briefly at the spell traps, we've got 3 quick play spells, a regular trap, and a counter trap. And I don't have any reason to believe any of these are more important. I mean, counter traps might be good if we had a way to search them, and I guess we do. This can search anything, but I feel like most of the time you want to search a monster. But you know what? Let's go ahead and start with the counter trap. Let's see if this is going to be like a build around something that's really great, or something that has too difficult of an activation requirement to really make it worth it. So, Centurion True Awakening. When a spell trap or monster effect is activated, send a monster card from your spell trap zone to the graveyard, negate the activation, and destroy the card. You can only activate 1 per turn. I mean, that's not bad by any means. I'm really curious to see how easy it is to get more cards in the back row, because I feel like you might, at this point, be giving up a Synchro summon in order to negate, but it's still a negate. Whether or not you play 3 of it just so you can draw it on the first turn consistently, I'm not sure, but it's not bad. It's not awful. I would definitely play it as a 1-of just to get off Primera in case you already have set up with everything else. While we're in the traps, let's go ahead and check out the regular one, Centurion Phalanx. Editor, real quick, could you get the box art for the old Super Nintendo game Phalanx up on the screen? Ain't that a thing? Crazy. This was a video game about spaceships and shooting. Crazy box art. Anyway. And I guess I should probably do this for the people in chat too. If y'all haven't seen this, it's like looking into the future. Uh-oh. My stream is possibly freezing up. Check, check. 1, 2. We still hear and see you. Weird. Okay. Okay, I think it's good. Yeah. There's the box art for Phalanx. It's an old man playing a banjo. Just kind of sitting there. The hyperspeed shootout in space. What does it have to do with the game? Absolutely nothing. They ran out of money. Huh, yeah. Yeah, there is a tiny blurry spaceship in the top corner. What's your thoughts on the ban list? It's alright. Cool to have Snake Eyes be hit. Okay. Anyway, target one face-up monster card on the field, banish it. And if you do, during the standby the next turn, special summon that banished monster to its owner's field. You can banish this card from your graveyard, target one Centurion Synchro in your graveyard, special summon it, but it loses 1500 attack. You can only use one Phalanx per turn, and only once that turn. Alright, I mean, it is a targeted banish, that's pretty good, but it brings the monster back. Really weird, it feels like they've been trying to nerf banish effects lately. They're just afraid to give anything like a hard banish. It's alright. Maybe if we have more ways to search the spell traps or some way to get a bunch of them on the field, this will be good. As it stands, I feel like the negate is better. Yeah, because it's a negate and destroy. This gets rid of it, but brings it back. Maybe if you have a way to OTK or something. I guess this also does have a graveyard effect. You can bring back one of your Synchro monsters, but they're going to lose 1500 attack, so they're going to be significantly weaker. Although this does get its effect when it's special summoned. So you still get to draw and then search. You know what? I changed my mind. We'll go ahead and put this in here, if nothing else, for the graveyard effect. That might be worth it just to be able to reuse this after it's been destroyed. But I'm very iffy about that. Evil Twin can OTK. Oh yeah. Almost any deck can OTK in the modern era. Most decks have access to access code talker. That's part of the reason why, when we talk about Max C, people are like, just don't special summon for a turn. It's like, every modern deck can kill you in one turn if you don't put up a defense against it. Not special summoning is not an option because that means leaving your deck with no defenses. Or playing a bunch of traps that aren't going to be very useful. Phalanx targets Chaos Angel. Yeah, we'll look into that. Is Chaos Angel a level... It's a level 10, though. Can we even make level 10s? At least I thought... Is Chaos Angel a level 10? Bestials. The Bestial engine is severely limited in Master Duel. Alright, moving on to the quick play spell. Oh, okay. Alright, moving on to the quick play spells. Let's just move backwards with Wake Up, Centurion! Don't you hear the alarm bell ringing? 1 second. Alright, so let's go ahead and continue on. Alright, so from there, let's go ahead and look at these quick play... Alright, so from there, let's go ahead and look at these quick play spells, starting with Wake Up, Centurion! Don't you know that the shadow government is putting chemicals into the water? When are you gonna wake up? If a monster card is face up in your spell trap zone, you can declare a level 4 or 8. Special summon one Centurion token with 0 attack, 0 defense, and the declared level. It cannot be used as fusion or link material. During your main phase, you can banish this card from the graveyard, send one Centurion from your deck to the graveyard, except for Wake Up Centurion, and you can only use each effect once per turn. Alright, this is an interesting one. So it's not a monster, but it's kind of a monster. It doesn't give you another tuner, which is unfortunate, but it does give you a level 4 or 8, and also lets you Foolish Burial the Phalanx. I believe it's not like you can use each effect. Yeah, you can use each effect once per turn, but you can use both effects in the same turn. So you can make a token, summon, and then Foolish Burial this, so that you can get something out of the graveyard. I mean, not that that's useful enough to, like, want a Foolish Burial, but it makes it more that, like, now I'd feel safer playing this because I don't necessarily have to resolve it on the field to get the effect back to, like, pop and draw a card. This one I'm kind of iffy about. Might be essential, might be meh, really depends, but I'm at least going to put it in at 2 more in the side deck for now, because this might be something that you want to play at 3 just to have more monsters. Moving on, we got Emblema Oath. Activate one of these effects. Either place an Okay. Moving on, we've got Emblema Oath. Quick play spell, activate one of these effects. Either place a Centurion monster from your deck into the spell trap zone as a continuous trap, and for the rest of the turn, while you control that card, or any card with the same name, you cannot special summon from the extra deck except Centurion monsters. Or you can set one Centurion spell trap from your deck. Oh, okay. Well then, you could just set all the spell traps? Oh, but they're all quick plays and traps. And quick plays, like traps, can't be activated the turn they're set. That's still probably good enough. I mean, it does lock you out of anything other than Centurions if you get the monster, but getting one of these out of the deck and directly into the spell trap zone does seem like it has a lot of combo potential. You can place a lot of cards in the back row. Yeah, I'll play this at 3. It's essentially a searcher. I can set the field spell, right? Yeah. Yeah. Alright, and that just leaves us with the last card, Centurion Bonds. Buy now! Sell! Quick play spell. Place one Centurion from your hand or graveyard into your spell trap zone as a face-up continuous trap. If a Centurion Synchro monster is special summoned to your side of the field while this card is in the graveyard, you can banish this, target one Centurion in your graveyard, place it in your spell trap zone as a continuous trap. You can only use each effect once per turn. Huh. That's kind of underwhelming. With how few cards this deck has, and with how many hoops you gotta jump through as far as every card being like a hard once per turn, I would expect this to, like, place one from the deck into the spell trap zone. As it stands, it feels more like an extender than anything. And then the graveyard effect is to just get back another, it's just double recovery. Recovery or an extender, either way, when you're talking about Yu-Gi-Oh!, you're mostly setting up for turn 1. You know, you're trying to think of, like, what board you can make that is going to prevent your opponent from playing or prevent them from doing their win condition so that you can do your win condition. And I can't really see this helping you all that much. Maybe there's some combo I'm not seeing. The problem with this is that it's kind of a combo deck. You want to get 2 monsters on board, make a Synchro, but because everything is limited to 1 summon per turn, and because there's an emphasis on summoning during your opponent's turn with the field spell, everything is kind of delayed. You're having to think like 1 turn ahead. It's not enough to set up everything on your field. You're setting up stuff so that during your opponent's turn, you can play and do other stuff. The problem, of course, is that we're not really sure what we're going to be doing. To be fair, a lot of my favorite decks do work like that. Stuff like Goaty, stuff like Crystron. The difference, of course, is that Goaty and Crystron both had cards within their archetype that were win conditions on their own. Synchro monsters that, if you summoned them, would pretty much win you the game, or at least disrupt your opponent enough that you could win the game on a subsequent turn. This doesn't really have it. Like, one pop is not really going to win you anything. One pop, even with like a counter trap to back it up, that's doing better, but you really need more. Fortunately, I think there is more available because, again, we're not locked into exclusively Centurion monsters. We can make any kind of Synchro monster. It's just weird that our win condition is clearly not going to be within the archetype. I can see now why people like to play King Calamity, because summoning this during the opponent's turn and just locking them out of the entire game, pretty effective. But without this, we're going to have to find some other level 12s or level 8s that we can make that might be of use. Now, fortunately, there's not a whole lot of... Oh, it's above me, isn't it? Okay. Now, fortunately, there's not a whole lot of level 12 synchros to look through. Like, I could read through all these in about 5 minutes, especially because the vast majority of these are things that we're not going to be able to make anyway. Like, just for example, Quasar requires a tuner synchro and 2 or more non-tuner synchros. We're not doing that. We have to make something that we can make with regular numbers of monsters, something that doesn't require, like, specific tuners or whatever. So I'm sure we'll be pretty limited. I'll go ahead and read through these off camera, see if I can find anything that might be a suitable win condition now that we don't have access to King Calamity. Level 4 tuner. Okay, we do have that. One light spellcaster from your hand or deck whose attack equals its own defense. They knew what they were doing. That is a nice synergy you have there. I was wondering why they changed everything. It almost feels like it was just designed for this. Sorry, I didn't read this out loud, but this says, during the end phase, if this is in the graveyard because it was sent there, special summon one light spellcaster from your hand or deck whose attack equals its own defense. It's like, oh, what do you know? We just happen to have a light level 4 spellcaster with 1600 both ways. What a coincidence. This card is special summon. Add one spell trap that mentions Crimson Dragon from your deck to your hand. Quick effect, target a level 7 or higher Synchro on the field, return it to the extra deck, and if you do, special summon a Dragon Synchro with the same level. Oh. So it can target itself. Wait, is this a... This is treated as a... Oh, okay. I haven't run into Crimson... So Crimson Dragon, if you summon it, is just like... During the opponent's turn... Oh, except for itself. You have to have 2. That's how the deck made King Calamity? Wait, oh, okay. I guess not bad. Raiden Uchiha, thank you for the 25 months. Okay, so this summons a Dragon Synchro from the extra deck with the same level as the targeted monster. It's treated as a Synchro summon. So it can only get Dragon Synchros. But like it can get this out. Right? I mean, that's not bad. That's not bad either. This doesn't do hardly anything. This one needs synchros, and it's not a dragon. Cannot be destroyed by battle. Dinosaurs that were special summoned from the graveyard can't be... If this card is destroyed, shuffle a normal monster. Okay, so we're not using that. This is just a 3,000 beater, I believe, right? And it has to do stuff with insects. This requires special stuff, and it's also not a dragon. Target one card on the field up to the numbers used as synchro material. +1, negate their effects. This cannot be negated. But no cards were used as synchro material when we summon it off the one thing, right? Okay, so we're not actually using this. We're using Blazar. 0 + 1 is 1, yeah. Must first be synchro with the above materials. Oh, okay, with the above materials. Gotcha. This summons it, and it's counted as a synchro summon. Huh. So can we summon this? It says it must first be synchro summon. It counts as a synchro summon, but is that only for, like, the purposes of being on the field? Or does that mean you can summon it with this? Supernova does work. Okay. This, I believe, is just a 3,000 attacker. And then does stuff with... Yeah. Can't be synchro summoned. 2 level 8 or higher. Oh, this is banned in Master Duel anyway. Cannot be summoned in other ways. First time, it would be destroyed once per turn. When your opponent activates a monster effect, negate it, destroy 1 card in the field. Yeah, so probably not. Yeah, and this doesn't increase its level, so we can't make that. This requires stuff, and this we wouldn't want anyway. Cosmic Blazar isn't a once per turn? Okay. What about Final Sigma? What about it? Like, I guess it might be able to OTK. I want to see what level 8s we have. As a want fine, we'll put it in there. Alright, so after reading through all the level 12s, we came up with quite a few things we can build. Including, you might have noticed, Cosmic Blazar Dragon and Red Supernova Dragon, which are things that we shouldn't be able to make, but I wasn't aware of Crimson Dragon. This is a generic level 12 synchro, and quick effect, so during either player's turn, target a level 7 or higher synchro on the field, except itself, return it to the extra deck, and if you do, special summon a Dragon Synchro with the same level, and this is treated as a Synchro summon. So basically, this is a way to cheat out any of the big dragons that have very specific materials, and all we have to do is get this plus another Centurion. Without having tested, I'm not... And all we have to do is make this in addition to another level 12 Synchro. And while I'm not sure... And all we have to do to do that... And all we have to do to accomplish that is summon this alongside another level 12. Like, say, maybe this, once it's used its effect, or maybe do this, get a search, and then use it with Crimson Dragon to trade out for Cosmic Blazar that's this big Omni-Negate, or Red Supernova that can just banish all the cards your opponent controls. I haven't played the deck enough to know if it's really easy to get out 2 level 12 Synchros, but, you know, I have a feeling we might be able to. Even if we can't, though, there's still some other candidates that are decent. Final Sigma is just a big unaffected towers that can deal double battle damage if it's in the extra monster zone. Might be good for closing out games. The Super Heavy Samurai is a 4,000 attacker because it attacks while in defense. And then if your opponent activates a spell trap, you can draw until you have 3 cards in hand, which, depending on how well this empties out their hand, might be another good thing, especially because if you could make this, you know, draw 3 and then Crimson Dragon out for like a Blazar, might be pretty good, especially if we got more hand traps in there. And then Despian Lulu Whaleth, which seems almost custom designed for this archetype. And basically, if a card leaves the extra deck, you can make all monsters gain 500 attack. Its effect is, if a card leaves the extra deck, so if your opponent summons an extra deck monster, make all monsters you currently control gain 500 attack permanently, and then you can non-targeting negate 1 face-up card on the field until the end of... Its effect is, if a card leaves the extra deck, so, you know, if your opponent summons any extra deck monster, you can make all monsters you currently control gain 500 attack permanently, then non-targeting negate the effects of 1 face-up card until the end of the turn. Like, that's pretty decent in general, you know, a negate an attack boost on a deck that already has, like, a 3,500 beater. But what's crazy is this other part. During the end phase, if this card is in the graveyard, because it was sent there this turn, you can special summon 1 light spellcaster from your hand or deck whose attack equals its own defense. And what do you know? We just happen to have a light spellcaster with 1,600 both ways that searches everything in the archetype whenever it's summoned. So that seems like pretty good. I mean, it is a floating effect, so maybe you don't always want to make it. Maybe you'd rather go into one of these. But it's nice to know that, you know, pretty much any 2 cards, or just this on itself, is going to be able to get you a negate that also floats into an extender. So that did a pretty good job of filling up the extra deck. Of course, we can also make level 8 monsters. And unlike this, the number... So that did a pretty good job of filling up the extra deck. You know, we're like halfway there. Unfortunately, the other part of this deck is making level... Thank you, Pistol, for the prime hype. How's it going? Pretty good. Just recording for YouTube. So overall, pretty good. You know, we managed to fill up half the extra deck. Now, the problem is we can also make level 8 Synchros. And unlike level 12s, there are significantly more level 8s. Level 8 is a very common type. There's 4 pages of level 8 Synchros. And I'm going to have to look through most of them off camera. But once again, I'll do that on my own, figure out which ones are the best, and come back with like a whole damn it, okay. Try this again. So overall, pretty good. You know, we filled in half of the extra deck, and maybe we could put a couple more of these Centurions in here. I mean, we do have Revival, but maybe we want to play more. Of course, the thing is, this deck also makes level 8 Synchros. And unlike level 12 pool, There are significantly more level 8 monsters in Yu-Gi-Oh! Level 8 Synchros are very common. There's 4 whole pages of them here on YGO Omega. I guess not full pages, but still quite a few. And I'm gonna, again, look over them off camera. If you're building this yourself, you know, this might be a good time to just look up some deck lists, because I'm pretty sure someone's already done the work of looking through all these to figure out which ones are the best. But I'm gonna do it here on myself, you know, just to try to learn things. I will say that is like a little bit of advice I can give if you're new to deck building and trying to learn more about Yu-Gi-Oh! If you can find an excuse to sit down and like just see what level 8 synchros do and try to familiarize yourself with them, not only will you have better game knowledge for the next time you run into a deck that can make level 8s, but you'll also be more familiar with these if you happen to see them, you know, while you're dueling. Someone summons like Risen Dragite, then you have an idea of what its effect is and whether or not you need to be worried. Okay, so let's see what we got here. This is just an extender, right? Add 1 spell trap that mentions Visa Starfrost. Yeah, so that's not good. I know Goaty. Salamangrate. Specifically with fire monsters, and we're gonna do, okay. Send insects or plants to the graveyard. Whoa, we're halfway there. Whoa, Squidward on a chair. I mean, Bicorn is targeted banishment. You'd never get it back, but you could do it. That requires a Watt. This uses pendulums. We do have dark monsters. If this card is sent from the monster zone to the graveyard, special summon a red dragon archfiend from your extra deck, treat it as a synchro summon. Then if this card is sent to the graveyard as synchro for a dark dragon, destroy all attack position monsters your opponent controls. Unlikely. It requires what? This? Pendulums? Pretty sure? Yeah. Special summon a level 4 lower pendulum from your hand or face up. I found out about mementos. All of them are retrains of old non-effect monsters. Yeah, I know. Played in Super Heavy Samurais, yeah. What the heck is this? Oh, hi. Is this out in this isn't out in Master Duel. And who knows if it will be. Light Tuner Dark Monster. If any cards have been banished this turn, it gains 2,000 attack. It can attack all monsters once each. Banish any monster destroyed by battle. This card leaves the field because of an opponent's card. Special summon a Chaos from the extra deck, except for Chaos Archfiend. Huh. I wonder why I haven't seen this. That's a maybe. This just searches psychics and requires psychics. We don't have a level 4 lower tuner. Zombie tuner, reptile tuner, worm monsters, magic key tuner. We do have a spellcaster tuner. This card is synchro summoned. You can equip 1 Magistus from your extra deck. Your opponent cannot activate the effects of monsters with the same type in your spell trap zone. If this card is sent to your graveyard, you can target 1 Magistus you control and destroy it. So it's a floodgate. We can do this. Tuner fire monsters, wind monsters, fiends, it's plunder patrol. This blows up the field when it's destroyed. That's banned. We don't have any water monsters. So we don't want that. When a spell trap card or effect is activated... Well, I mean... We do have other, like, you know, the back row is going to summon itself. We do have spells and traps. Like, what was it? Cyber Slash is usually not good because, like, you have to combo it with a spell trap. But, like, all our monsters become spell traps, and then we can activate their effect to summon at any point. So this basically turns it into Compulse. Draco Berserker's not bad. That requires wind, that requires dinosaurs. We don't have any links for this. Although I guess we could make links, but that would be... maybe. All materials must be the same attribute. That ain't happening. Water tuner. That requires a synchro. That requires a machine. That's Guardians. That requires a synchro. That requires a DDD. That's Buster Dragon support. That's a bad card. That's a zombie card. That's a bad card. Omega we want to put in here. Requires Aquas. Only really useful on your turn, only really useful with pendulums, only really useful with banish cards. Target cards on the field up to the number of different attributes of worm monsters. None of these are worms. Okay. Requires a dark tuner. Only useful in Black Wings, bad. Only useful in Fire Fists, outdated. Dark tuner. Not really useful during the opponent's turn. Power Tool Dragon. Prize card. Awful. Only useful in Earth Machine. That requires Fluor Synchron. Awful. Awful. Outdated. Requires a specific. Only good in Black Wings. Once per turn, you can send one light monster from your hand to the graveyard. Target level 5 or higher dark in the graveyard. Special summon it. Not really good. Dark Tuner, Dragon Tuner, Gen X Tuner, Specific Tuner, Light Non-Tuner, Dark Tuner, Blackwing. That helps Geminis. That's a Gen X, Road Synchron, Fabled Tuner, Gen X, an Ally of Justice card, Light Monster. Target one monster. Okay, it's just a quick... Stardust might be good for protection, except we already have pretty good protection. Thought Ruler, very outdated. Okay. Yeah, we can make some of these, but they're not particularly great. I don't know, I'm wondering if maybe we want to do the Magistus package. We'll trade out one Floodgate for another Floodgate. Probably not worth it. Want to watch for clogging our back row, though? Yeah. We'd have to run one of each. So how many of these lock us? Archfiend, but it has to leave the field is the problem. Only one card locks us. Oh, it has to leave from the opponent's card. Yeah, good point. Okay. So let's see. We need to play the one Magistus Link, the Magistus Synchro, the Magistus Fusion, and we probably want the Ixie too. But which one? Oh, that gives us a negate too. That's pretty neat. Oh, what does this do in the back row? Target one other monster, equip it, take control of it. Okay, but that has to be summoned. The equipped monster cannot be destroyed by your opponent's spell trap effects. Neat. Huh. Are there any Magistuses that might help us in this? I assume they have a tuner, right? Target one Magistus you control, equip it with one Magistus from your extra deck. If this card becomes equipped, you could special summon a level 4 spellcaster from your hand to graveyard. Its effects are negated. Huh. Probably not. Okay. You know what? Okay. All right, and there we go. It's been a while for me, but hopefully that transition was really quick for you all, and we actually came up with something pretty neat. You may notice there's a bunch of non-synchros in here, and that's because while looking through the level 8s, we found one that was particularly interesting. Zorora, the Magistus Conflagrant Calamity. What a surprise. There's actually a second Calamity that kind of works. This is one that you normally don't see because it requires a spellcaster tuner, but as I pointed out earlier, our only tuner is a spellcaster. And if this card is synchro summoned, you can equip one Magistus monster from your extra deck, and your opponent cannot activate the effects of monsters with the same card type, Fusion, Synchro, Ixie, or Link, as a Magistus in your spell trap zone. And then if this card is in your graveyard, you could target a Magistus you control, yada yada. We're never going to do that because we're pretty much just playing the one. And the idea is, you know, we summon it and then... because we're just playing the one. And the idea is, you know, we summon this during our opponent's turn after they summon some kind of monster. You know, maybe they make it clear that they're on Snake Eyes. And we're like, oh, that's a Link deck. Let's equip the Link to this so that they can't make any Link monsters. Or maybe they summon a Pearly card and you're like, ah, I see. It would be a shame if you couldn't activate any of your Ixie monster effects. or maybe they're unbranded and you equip the fusion monster. So just a neat little way to get floodgates, and the Magistus Synchro is actually also a level 8 and kind of useful. If it's destroyed after you Synchro summon it, it destroys all face-up cards your opponent controls. So if need be, you can kind of put this out like a time bomb and force them to waste some kind of non-destruction removal on it, otherwise everything gets destroyed. Other than that, I just included 2 level 8s that I thought were like generically good. Psyframe Lord Omega, just a hand loop. Draco Berserker of the Tenyi, this is a nice like banish, non-targeting when your opponent activates an effect monster. And then Cyber / Harpy Lady, this is another rarely used monster, because its effect is when a spell trap card or effect is activated, you could target a monster your opponent controls and return it to the hand. Normally this isn't played because it kind of relies on you to either already have traps or your opponent to have traps, but in this case, our monsters become the traps, and they can activate those trap effects to summon themselves at any point during the opponent's turn, which means you can make this, and then if your opponent does something, you can summon out one of your other monsters, bounce one of their monsters, and then maybe use this level 8 as synchro material to go into something bigger, and if you already have Crimson Dragon, you can like pop a card and then trade it out for one of these. So it's kind of coming together, at least as far as like what the win condition is going to be. The problem, of course, is filling out this main deck, because I'm not exactly sure what we're going to do. We could put in a whole bunch of level 8s to special summon. I don't feel like you really want to play a lot of these. I guess like this is pretty good if you've got this, but we've already got a lot of ways to search and everything. There also are some new engines, things like the Horus cards that let you put level 8s on the field, and those do other stuff. We'll probably want to play a bunch of hand traps since we are drawing and we are in a hand trap format, even though Snake Eyes got hit. So once again, I'm going to sit down, I'm going to mess around with it a little bit, I'll come back with whatever I come up with. Okay. So let's go ahead. And I guess, I don't know, Ghost Ogre. All right, so let me read this again. I play 20 HT decks in Master Duel. What does HT stand for? Yeah, I'm thinking these have the potential to brick. Could just like I play 20 hand traps. Ah, okay. No cross out, no. You can look at shifter. I don't have to rely on like something that's at 2. We want to be able to quick sync. Yeah, I suppose so. The problem is, we don't really... It ends the game against a bunch of decks. I'm aware of that, but like, if I'm trying to show off like how to play this deck, being like, Okay, you just activate Shifter. Who cares what the combos do? We activated Shifter. I guess it is kind of a starter, but you have to send one to the graveyard. And I guess sending a card to the graveyard does, like, help the Horus cards if we play that. Gamma is very strong. Why would Gamma be strong? What monster effect are we gonna... Yeah, so I guess if something's in the back row, but it's a trap effect, so... And they can't Ash this. I guess they could Ash that, but then Gamma wouldn't do anything. They can't Ash this. They could max see it. I'm not super interested. The thing about this is that... Okay, 1 second. This is in your hand or graveyard. I feel like maybe we might want more Emeths because it works in the graveyard. And that way we have something to discard off of the Centurion and the sarcophagus. If we're running MSETI, we need rank 8s. True. Do we want to play this even? Are there any other free level 8s we might want to consider? Memento. Ham. This is a good go second, but doesn't help us going first. Dia Bellstar is a 7. Most of these require your opponent to have something or require you to play some other engine. If you have no monsters in your graveyard, special summon this for free. Yeah, Bystials are also really bad against Snake Eyes, and we don't really want to banish our own cards. Yeah, it really just does look like it's the Horus cards. Yeah, maybe we should just, like... one designator. It provides a lot more than its level. I mean, they also did just get limited. This does seem like a very grindy deck. I don't think so. Yeah, I guess if we played Valor, then we'd have more targets for... I mean, we've got... Okay, so this is a starter. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 starters. Maybe like 15. Bonfire to play around Droll. I'm not sure Droll would be all that useful. Baroni! Like baloney, but with fundamental differences. Ogre. Fuck it. Nibiru, possibly. The counter trap isn't good. I'll figure that out. I'll figure that out on my own. Okay, there we go. Cool. Oh, and I should... this into this. I guess I should put Chaos Angel. I suffer for my art! Okay. Okay, so after sitting there and pondering for a while, we went through a couple different engine ideas. We could have played the Horus engine, like I said, but that would require revamping the... okay. Let's try this again. Okay, so after looking around for a while and thinking about different things, this is what I came up with. I decided that we had plenty of starters. You know, Primera is a starter, Trudeau is a starter, the field spell is a starter, and this spell, plus Bonfire Search is this. So I got like 15 ways to get into our main plays. So I figured let's try that and then just fill everything else in with hand traps. That's a pretty safe route to go these days. You can always remove hand traps if you want to add in another engine, but I felt like it would be better to do this than to try to do something like put in the Horus engine, because then we'd also have to revamp the entire extra deck and put in a bunch of rank 8s. Or we could throw in, a lot of people suggested Bystials. These are all level 6 hand traps, summons during your opponent's turn, and then that plus Primera would allow us to go into level 10s like Barone or Chaos Angel that banishes when it's summoned. Instead, I decided to just stick with what we had, try to make our level 8s and our level 12s as often as possible, and then just go in with all these hand traps and protection from hand traps, of course. I ended up putting 3 of the Emeth in here. That's probably not right. I think I could get away with playing 1, maybe even just putting in a bunch of other level 8s, again, stuff like the Horus that you could leave on to synchro with. But the field spell does make us discard a card, and this is, like, you could summon it out of the graveyard, so it's like the only thing that really has any synergy with that. And I don't know, even if we put the Horus stuff in there, it might be good to play more of these, because you can essentially discard it for free off of the sarcophagus. But that's going into a whole nother deck. The point is, I decided to go with a more pure variant. We're playing 3 of this, and I'm playing 3 of the Counter Trap, which chat says is a bad idea, and again, probably, but I want to try it out, see how it works, especially since I imagine we're going to be going first, trying to see what kind of board we can build. I'm curious to see if we can get, like, the ability to make 2 level 8s on the field, plus the Counter Trap. 3 disruptions is more than enough in the modern game. 3 disruptions is usually enough in the modern game to stop your opponent from executing on their win condition. If it doesn't stop them entirely, it at least slows them down. And then from that point, you should be able to go over the top with your own monsters, especially since a lot of these like level 12s have more than 3,000 attack and have the ability to boost even higher. So now that we've got a build, a rough draft version, the next thing is to test it out to see if we can do anything. Obviously, if you're playing on Master Duel, you want to go in the solo mode, try it out against the AI. That way you'll be able to see what you can do without hand traps. Fortunately here on YGO Omega, we have the test hand feature. I can just start with a random hand of 1. I forgot to, I'll have to change the settings, but I'll again do that off camera, see what I can come up with, and then I'll be back to show you what I've learned. Oops. Five. Enable deck shuffling. Okay, we've now reached the part of the episode where I fuck around for a little bit. I mean, we got our 1-card starter. We get this so we can normal summon, activate. We're going to place that and this into the back row. Then we're going to summon this. Stand up. We will not be moved. And I guess we want the field spell, right? Yeah, it's not search. The other one's not searchable. Yeah, so we just get the field spell. Grab that. Place the field spell. Activate. We send this to the graveyard and place the other level 8. How come I can't activate this? Shouldn't I be able to, if this is in your hand or graveyard, target one Centurion, place it in your spell trap zone, and if you do, special summon this card. I haven't summoned it yet. Shouldn't I be able to put this... Oh, during your opponent's turn. I see. I somehow missed that part. Okay, so let me think for a second. Target one face-up monster card. Banish it, bring it back. Send that off. So we can set. We can set. We can set. We can go ahead and summon this. Decrease the level? No. So how do we use this again is the question. Like, I can Synchro, but then how do we get it out of the graveyard? Oh, wait, 1 second. Okay, so we use this. I guess we'll make that. What is the effect of this again? It's sent to the graveyard, add it to your hand. Oh, sure. I should be able to summon it again, because I already summoned it once per turn. Okay. So we can activate this, banish their monster for a turn. Oh, it only summons Synchros. Well... For some reason, I thought this could summon anything, and I was like, oh, okay, so we use this to get back the Primera. What's the game plan of this archetype? Stuff and things, perhaps. Destroy, draw a card. Crimson, shuffle back. Bring out this. Okay. Try this again. Okay, so we summon this. We use the effect to get anything. Get the field spell, even though we already have this. Place one Centurion. Summon. Then we can make... I forgot about this one. This one's the extender. Grab... Oh wait, what's the effect of this again? During the end phase... Banished or in your graveyard. Oh, okay. It doesn't really matter. I guess we grab this. We'll put this here. Summon it. Then activate the effect. Put it back. And then during the end phase, put this into the spell trap zone. Okay. So we summon this, use the effect. Ah, I see, I see. Increase the level by 4. No. So we're going to use this. We're going to grab... Unfortunately, we don't get anything that does anything. Although I guess we could have got this, and then we wouldn't even need it in the graveyard. We can get the recovery card. No. Then we can... Summon this. Use the effect. Get Crimson Dragon. Crimson Dragon, target this. Summon out you. Negate! Okay, so this thing just, Gotcha. I'm getting it. No, you're not allowed to draw. we can make we can make any of these. Attack mode. Attack mode. What does this affect? Place one Centurion. Hand or graveyard. So I can just like do this. Okay, I'm learning, chat. We're figuring it out. OTK, who even needs the Blazar Dragon? Okay, so let's see if we can do this again, but faster. So the one card combo, we normal Trudeau, put Trudeau into the back rooms with Primera. Primera goes forward. Activate the effect. We already have, like, everything. So I guess we just grab Phalanx. Then we activate this. Discard. Set another one. Summon. We could use the field spell, but why? And we want to make this guy. This guy lets us add anything, but we've already got everything. And then we set like 1, a 2, a 3. End phase. Put this back into the back row. And then during the main phase, we can special summon this. Use the effect. Use the effect. Grab this if we didn't already have it. And then we can just like use this one in the hand, move this back into the back row, shove this forward, stand up Centurion, make this, activate the effect, target a level 12, bring out Cosmic Blazar, and then we can like negate, send that, negate, send that, activate this, send that, and then during the end phase this comes back, and this puts this back into the field. No. Can I not activate it? Weird, it didn't let me not activate it. And yeah, then we can just literally do the same exact thing. We can just put this back. Use this, get another trap or something. Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. And then just make a, what are we making? This guy? Oh, wait, it's, No, let's go for this. Defense. Donkey fence. Waiting for you to bring back Bone Mouse, I guess. Okay. I think I finally... Okay. Alright, so after sitting down and playing a few test hands, I think I know the deck well enough to show you off a little one-card combo. And there's a bunch of ways to get to it. You know, you could start with this, you could start with Primera, but let's go ahead and start with this because I think it's funnier. You can go ahead, normal summon this gal, use her effect. I'm going to move her back into the back rows along with Primera. Ha, ha. Activate the Primera. Summon it out. Activate that effect. Grab yourself a dang old field spell, because you always want to make sure you get the field spell. Activate the field spell. And then you got a couple different options. I mean, you could, we need to get a card into the back row, which we need to discard a card for, or we could just activate this. Alternatively, we could activate this to search a spell trap and then discard one of the hand traps in our hand. In this case, just to show, let's go ahead and activate this. We'll discard whatever, and we'll put a Emeth into the back row, which we can immediately summon out. Hello there, how's it going? Do I want to use the effect? No, it's my turn. I can just Synchro summon. And then we want to go with Auxilia. The dang old Searcher card that I almost forgot about. Level 12 Searcher. When it's sent, you can get whatever you want. Maybe one of these traps, you know? I think I'll go for the trap. Get the trap, and we could search out another... You know what? We'll go ahead and search another trap. Set a Centurion trap directly from the deck. I pressed the wrong button. Pretend this is a Centurion trap, alright? And then we'll just end our turn. And then during the end phase, this will get one card from our graveyard, put it face up as a continuous trap. And then we gotta wait till our opponent's main phase. They get to take one action. They'll be like, okay, your days are numbered. We can go ahead and summon this out. Activate the effect, search whatever we want. If you need more spell traps, you can. You can also get, if you didn't have one of these, or if you only wanted to summon one of those, you could grab one because it can summon out of the hand. Either way, I think, you know, we'll just go for follow-up. We'll get the bonds for next turn. And then what we're going to do is summon this. And if you want, you can make this level 8 and just, like, Synchro with it there. But, oh yeah, and you can make a level 8, depending on what your opponent has. If you want to go for the Magistus with the 2 level 4s, you can. But because we're playing the trap, I think it's better to do this. You can get this card out of the graveyard, or again, you could have searched it to your hand. Move this back into the back row. Summon it out. Then activate your field spell. Synchro Shokan into the Crimson Dragon. Use the Crimson Dragon effect. Target this level 12 you already got. Shuffle it back. Get out Cosmic Blazar. Just negate anything. Oh, you activate a spell trap? No, we're going to counter trap that. Send that off. Oh, you got another one? No, we're going to Cosmic Blazer. Send that off. Hopefully that's all they got. You got a 3,000 defender, and if they don't clear this, then during the end phase, what you're going to do... Oops, there we go. Is you're going to activate this, and you're just going to put the Trudeau back into the back row. Oh, and your Blazar comes back. If you're not sure how Blazar negates anything by banishing and then it comes back. And what do you know? You remember that combo we had where we started with this? And you just do the whole thing again. You could just summon this out again, activate the effect, put it back into the back rows, get the, I got the wrong one, I was thinking one step ahead. But yeah, you could just get yourself another Primera, summon her back, except now that you already have the field spell, you can get your other spells and traps. You can easily make a, whatchamacallit, another level 12, and usually that should give you more than enough stuff. Now, of course, if you're going against an actual deck, you know, something that is going to have hand traps and stuff, you won't be able to get through all that. This may not necessarily survive, but as I often say in these episodes, you know, your first test is to see what you can do on an open field. If your opponent's not really going to interact with you, if they're not going to put a bunch up, can you do your win condition then? If so, you've reached the first step. The next step is figuring out how you can do that through disruption. And obviously the hand traps and stuff will help, but I've already learned quite a bit just from playing like this version of the deck. Like almost immediately, let's go back here, let's go ahead and close this. I realize like we don't need 2 of these. Or we don't need 3 of them. 2 is even maybe too many, but I like having 2 because it gives us a discard, it gives us 1. We absolutely don't need 3 of these. We could play 1, 1, even the, like, running 1 of each of these is kind of iffy. And what do you know? Now we have room for more stuff. We could put in more hand traps, we could put in another engine, we could put draw power or something like that. But we have a notion of where to go from here. The question is, are we going to go anywhere from here? Do I want to try a part 2 and see if I can go further? I assume there is a way to go even further beyond. We're severely limited. Maybe a search target for Crimson Dragon? No. No, we ain't doing that shit. Kind of defangs the one thing it had going for it. Yeah. Like, we don't have enough room to add a whole other engine in there. Yeah. Alright, so after sitting and pondering for a while what we could possibly do with it, I'm not sure if I'm confident enough to really think of anything beyond this. The main problem we're running into is that... Okay. Alright, so after sitting and pondering for a while about where we might take things for a second draft, I'm kind of running into a wall. The problem we have is that there's only one tuner. The tuner summon is a hard once per turn, and even if we got a second tuner on the field, the field spell only allows you to synchro during your opponent's turn once per turn. We could maybe throw some more cards out again, maybe the Horus engine, to get like a level 8 negate in addition to everything we're doing, if we want to completely revamp the extra deck, get rid of the Magista stuff, and put some like rank 8 Ixie monsters in there. I mean, I'm pretty sure these can be used for rank 8s too, so it might be pretty good. But then I was noticing there are 2 cards I didn't include yet. cards that are OCG exclusive at the time of recording. Now, we don't know yet when these are coming to Master Duel, or if they're going to be coming in one big thing. It's possible they'll leave out some of the support. It's also possible that the OCG support will be included. So I'm going to go ahead, take a moment, let's read over the OCG support and see if this helps, because the one thing I'm noticing is that they have another level 4 tuner. Maybe this will help them to get, another Synchro on board, give us some more possibilities so it's not all going on Primora. The biggest problem this deck has in general is just a severe lack of monsters. 4 is not very many for a whole archetype. So let's check out Centurion Atri. Dark Dragon Tuner, kind of like the other one. 1800 attack, 1400 defense. If this card you control would be used as Synchro material, you can treat it as a non-tuner. You can only use each of the following effects once per turn. If it's normal or special summoned, and you have an Embla card and a Centurion card in your graveyard, you can draw 1 card. Also, you cannot special summon Atri for the rest of the turn. During your main phase, if this is a continuous trap card, you can special summon it. During the main phase. Alright, so we're not getting another way to Synchro. It's interesting that they want you to summon Embla. Which one is that again? Is it just this one? Okay, it's just Emblema Oath, which is weird because this is like the one non-searchable card. So it's like, hey, if you were lucky enough to get this in your opening hand and use it, then you can draw an additional card when you use this. It certainly helps because any amount of monsters helps, but it doesn't fix the underlying problems with the archetype, I feel like. I don't know, let's see, they also got a spell card, which is Emblema to... Oh, there's another Emblema card now. Okay. I gotcha, so it's not searchable, it's not a Centurion card, but if you happen to get this, you can use it with that and then make more cards. But what does this actually do? It's another quick play. Banish a face-up Centurion monster card from your spell trap zone, then target 1 card your opponent controls and banish it. Oh good, it doesn't come back, it's just a banish for a banish. And if I'm not mistaken, what was it? It was this one, yeah. This card, during the end phase, you can get a Centurion that's banished during your graveyard and put it in the spell trap zone as a continuous trap. Alright, so we're getting some synergies, Something that you were going to do anyway, now you can use this. Although I'm not sure if you'd want to... I guess you'd use it on this and then bring it back, or maybe you'd use it on Primera. Hard to say, hard to like. Either way, let's see what this effect is. Oop. Either way, let's see what the rest of this effect is. If this set card is destroyed or banished by an opponent's activated effect, place 2 Centurions with different names from your hand, deck, graveyard, or banishment into your spell trap zone as continuous effects. Ugh, I was excited about that first half, and then they have, like, this weird floating effect that only works if your opponent uses stuff. Alright, well, it's neat, but it's not neat enough. We're still kind of locked into the fact that we can only really make 1 Synchro per turn. I mean, with this, we might be able to make 2. You know what, give me a moment. Let me see if I can come up with a combo that uses this that actually does something. Although we'd have to open with this too, wouldn't we? I don't know. I'll just put this in. We'll put this in, not even worry about the atonement, and see if we can figure out some combo that makes use of this real quick. Okay. So let's start with, we had our 1-card combo before. Normal summon Justin Trudeau. Go into the back row with Primera. Primera activates. We would grab the field spell, but we don't need the field spell, so we could grab this card. But what does grabbing this card do? Nothing, really. I guess we grab this. Just because it allows us to, like, activate. We can send this, put this into the back row, summon it. No. No. Let's go ahead and make Auxiliara. I guess we put this back into our hand. Yeah, none of these are, like, searchable. Grab this. Didn't already have it. Guess we could place this now. Activate, summon. I mean, we do get to draw a card. Yay, card draw. I like that. We don't have another way to get a level 8 on there, though. Or I guess we do, but then we lose this. We could do that, but then it would... Well... Send this off. Summon this. Then we can make... Oh yeah, that locks us into the Centurions. Okay. Draw a card. So we made 2, but we had to lock. It should have searched the Embla cards. Yeah. But then during the end phase, we can, like, place you. Is Centurion even on Master Duel? Not yet. Get this. Sure. And then we can... I mean, this has already served its purpose. Yeah, but then we're running into the same problem we had before, which is that... we don't have another way to, like, special summon. No drawing for you. And if I put this in the back row, I really have no way to, like, summon it out, do I? I will say you get a whole bunch more card draw this way. Make a useful level 8 or 10 before locking you if possible, yeah. I mean, if we're playing all these level 3 tuners, we could also make level 11s. Put a little pep in their step. I mean, I guess if they activate something, we can send this off and then we can revive it with the other trap, so we got something. Dang, I will say you get a whole bunch of card draw. But yeah, even with that, I feel like there's not enough names because everything's a once per turn. But I mean, like, at this point, we've got it locked down. Like, even if this isn't enough game, we've got, like, a counter trap and a regular trap and all sorts of stuff. A banish. Okay. Alright, so after messing around with it for a little while, I mean, it certainly is better. It's nice having another name that you can use. And I will say, like, it makes this card so much better. Because once you get this, you can place Artie into the back row. Then you summon Artie and you immediately get a draw. And then you're probably going to link it away, but then you're probably going to put it back in the back row during the end phase, so you get to draw again during your opponent's turn. So it turns this into a pretty prestigious draw engine, where you're just going to be drawing during your turn and your opponent's turn, and just getting into more of your hand traps. But it doesn't resolve the main problem, which is that, like, if you do this, you're locked into making exclusively the Centurions, and they're not that great. I mean, they've got high attack, but they're not going to, like, OTK for the most part, unless you've already cleared things off with a bunch of other cards, and you're still limited to 1 Synchro during your opponent's turn. Granted, you know, the stats are not awful on some of these. They've got 3,000 defenders, you've got protection, so maybe you could make it work. Overall, an interesting idea. I'm sure that you could make something good with this. I'm curious now, as always, to see, like, how other people have managed to build the deck. A lot of people in chat are saying that it really just was, like, King Calamity Turbo, and without that, the deck doesn't have anything going for it. And I can believe it, but I feel like there's probably something I'm missing, something else we could do. But like I said at the beginning of this, the point is not to make the best deck possible. The point is just to learn what the cards do, what their strengths and weaknesses are. And now hopefully you understand. If you want to build this on your own, you have a good starting place where if you watch those deck profiles, you'll have an idea of what they're talking about. And if you don't want to build it, but you do find yourself facing it on the Master Duel ladder, hopefully you'll have some idea of its weak points, where to stop it. Probably this thing. This thing is the most to stop. I would destroy the field spell. Without that, they can't synchro during your turn. Although, once they make it to the main phase, you know, they can do it as a quick effect anyway. Something you really kind of have to side, like, Cosmic Cyclone against. But at least you know, like, the limits of their power. They're really going to get the one synchro summon, and then if you could fight your way through that, you're golden. You're golden, pony boy. And with that, I think I'm done here. I usually have like an outro and something, but I've been here for a while and I can't really think very good. So, the Critter hasn't said hello. Critter, you want to say hello? There you go. That's what you're getting. I hope you enjoy it. Now get out of my house. Do they have a going second plan? Hi, Critter. Aw, chat's so adorable. Alright. Not my best Let's Learn, but hopefully people will like it. Why do I have so many messages? Who is sending me all these messages? Oh, it's just, okay. Their plan going second is hope the opponent bricked. Rude. You're a rude, crude dude, and I'm not certain that I like your attitude. Alright, Chad, did you enjoy being on the screen? Did you enjoy big screen hours? Are you sufficiently prepared? Because now you're heading away. Say goodbye, Chad. Keep the change, you filthy animal. Yay! No, I'm a shy. You're shy and your name is Cunty Regice with corset? I don't believe you're shy at all. That doesn't sound like the name of a shy person. Let's go ahead, turn on some music. Slay. Roasted. Dusted out on root guano. Loner trial decks for ranked duels. I still haven't looked at those. New gates added to the solo mode. Neat. There's new packs. Oh, I get free cards, don't I? I like free cards. Okay, chat. We've been here for about 3 hours. I usually stream for 4 hours. I have not started the Link X Synchro Festival. Do you think I can get all the things in it that we need, all the gems, in the next hour? Yes. Do you believe in a thing called love? Play Memento. No, I'm going to be doing that later. Okay. I was going to play ninjas, but someone else... Oops. Copy from my deck. Someone else pointed out that the better, faster, harder one would be Scareclaw. Let's get rid of these. We probably don't need Troll and Lock. You're banned, bro. I probably don't need Herald of the Abyss. Can't imagine. We need different Kashtira cards. Oh, did they ban Whatchamacallit? They banned Unicorn. Interesting. We'll put a third one of these. Droll is really good. I'll trust you on it. Well, we have something that's name becomes Visa Starfrost, right? Wraithsoth? Oh, yeah. Wait, I thought there was a fusion that used this. Am I missing? Or was it banned too? Oh, there it is. Vicious Astroloud. Run a couple Visa Starfrost. Super Poly. It's at 1. You can target any number of Visa monsters that are banished or in your graveyard or on your field. Shuffle those into the deck, and if you do, special summon this card, and if you do that, it gains 400. It's just a normal summonable Visa. It can shuffle other copies of itself. But I can't search it with Reichphobia. I think I'd rather just have, like, more hand traps. The Ishizu Shufflers. Rescue Cat. No, I just want more hand traps. Oh, none of the Bistials are legal. Okay. I was like, why would you run DD Crow? Aren't there better options? No. The answer is no. I'll trust you, chat. I'll try it. You're saying Crow and Droll are good. Simply run Soul Release. It's not a quick effect. Maxi is banned. I'm aware. I don't have Maxi in here. Sure, why not? What else could I possibly run? Adventure Engine with Illegal Knight. True. Earth Charmer Link already in here. Oh, I guess is SP legal here? No. I don't need access code. I've already got a bigger thing. Oh yeah, and cross sheep. Oh, is IP legal? No, it's not. Okay, let's try this. I believe the world is coming to an end. Oh well, I guess it's time to pretend. Let's see how far we've come. Let's see how far we've come. All right. That's Memento. All right, let's bait out the back row. What do you got? I see. It's tough out here for Memento duelists. Field spell. Say it with me, chat. It's the link that searches the field spell. Reichert. Defense. Donkey fence. I've arrived. Yeah. Let's go. Try heart. big. 2 defense. Let's bring back this. What does baloney do? It does piercing. Oh, my favorite. And then we can... We need the extra attack. Yeah. Yeah, let's just go ahead and pop. Oh, I should have gotten the other one, shouldn't I have? That one lets me do multiple attacks. It's fine. What are they gonna do? It's Baguska at home. To defense! Sure, we'll draw. But it came back. Chad, I thought you said they didn't like Droll. They seem to be doing an awful lot of stuff through Droll. If I just had the Ash, I could have stopped. Could have stopped everything. Oh yeah, it does add. I thought it set. Oh no. It's big. Bow down before the king. Oh no! Someone call an ambulance! But not for me. We did it. Yep, that dang old the nightmare can only get rid of the ones in the main monster zone. Is that the loner? No, I built it. I built this. Alright, well, it worked one time, chat, but all I have to do is face one deck where the Droll doesn't do anything, and I'm gonna be so angry. Oh, you won't want to see the nadir of my wrath. The memento probably was, this is all gas. Gas, gas, gas. We're gonna step on the gas. Get up and feel. Gotta go with the roll, roll, roll. If they hit me with Droll, I'm fucking dead, man. Oh, they don't seem to be hitting me with Droll. Let's go ahead and grab Twin Saw. Because I'm gonna get a Twin Saw. Special Saw. Let's get the Astra. Let's grab the Baloney. And the gang's all here. Let's go! Dun 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 dun. Defense. Donkey fence. All right. Yo, he's finally here to suck your dick. Crash your car and then steal your bitch. DK. Donkey Kong is here. Yeah, now that I know what they're on, just wait for them to get one more card on the field. Great improv, it's not improv. Yeah. And if you're like, Joe, it's Unchained, why would you destroy them? That's what they want to do. I'm just doing that so I can get the fucking Twin Saw effect, the graveyard effect. Activate. Neither player can activate the effects of Link monsters this turn. The trap is bonkers, yeah. Most people think it's Icarus attack, but it's not. It's a strong floodgate. Watch them try to destroy this. It'll be funny. Oh, never mind. They went for the spell trap. They're smarter than they look. They're dumber than they look. Well, never mind. Well, fuck. Double fuck. It doesn't trigger the spell, yeah. They could have destroyed it with the spell and then had some stuff on board. I might just have them here. Oh, that's a good one. Okay, so I think I go for this. And I grab Reichardt. Special summon. What does this one do? Banish any monster destroyed by battle. Banish one Scareclaw Link on your field or graveyard. Target one card, destroy it. Yeah, so I think I go for this. Defanging, very powerful here. We could just banish the Lightheart. Pop. Wait, this is a... Oh, this is a Fiend. Okay. Scare Cash. Yeah, let's get rid of that. If this card is destroyed. So it's probably best to just attack over it with this. Because it negates the effects, right? Yeah, so let's go ahead. Battle phase. Fuck you. It doesn't stop graveyard effects. Well, I have made a severe miscalculation. You could target one card and destroy it. Let's go... Oh, if I do that... Okay, so what's the worst they could get? They need to discard a card for this. They could get this out, but they have to target. They could get... Yeah, so it's probably best to just, like, get rid of this before they summon anything good back. Okay, let's go ahead for you. Oh, wait. 1 second. Oh, wait, no, this does take 3 effect monsters. Never mind. I was thinking maybe there was some way I could save it, but I can't. Do I just want another scare cache? Nah, I think I would just get a baloney. Or we just get another right card for next time. Yeah. Because this already says your opponent can't target link monsters with card effects. Oh, and bandage. Yeah, I should have made this right from the start. I forgore. Defanging is like oddly specific. No. You cannot crash. I won't allow it. Yeah, let's try this, see if they in-perm it. No, we need to do... Wait. Can attack a number of times? Oh. Then yeah, let's go for this one. I mean, I guess it doesn't matter. We're about to get all 3. Baloney! More arrivals! Draw a card? Oh yeah, I forgot it did that. Summon back the scare cache! Battle phase. I do piercing. Your effects are negated. You are banished when you would leave the field, and I can attack 5 times. Oh, I guess being banished doesn't matter. You cannot target me. Run from it. Hide. Death comes regardless. Tryhard cannot be contained. Casual 22,000 points of damage. Take your medicine. And I can attack 5 times. Just casually, you know, no big deal. Doing good so far, chat. What the hell is a 10 pie? Well, if you've had a 9 pie, it's like that, but slightly more delicious. Yes. I got 1.5 hand traps. Yeah, I'll sub for that. Oh, I thank you, 4 AM Floop. I appreciate it. The halls of Babylon will ring forever with your name. Oh, they actually did it too. Thank you. I appreciate it. Now you get cool emotes. You could do the little critter emote. Critter gonna say thank you to 4 AM Floof. Such a nice little gentleman. That's why he gets a tiny top hat. So he could join me. You're a 10 out of 10 pie. I'd never negate you during the main phase 1. Oh ho ho! It seems we have ourselves a mirror match. Sure. I don't think you want to use it here, but keeping them off the field spell is good. Even if they have a way to get into it. Oh, they've got the Starfrost line. But it came back. Another one. Oh, damn. What the hell, damn guy? They're gonna get the twin saw. The fuck? Oh, they're just gonna discard it so they have it in the graveyard? If we banish Visa, would it do much? I guess I should have banished the Lightheart, but it looked like they already had the Reichheart. I'm not really concerned with Astrolaud because if we get the big guy, it won't matter. I think not. Get that baloney out of there. No search for you. The unfortunate thing is that they have this, so I can't get rid of their monsters. My only hope is to get rid of the spell trap so I can at least try to play. But they could still banish it and then, like, stop all my things. Ooh, that hurts. Ooh, I have to banish the Twin Saw to do anything. Yep, I'm pretty boned. They can't activate the trap without a Scareclaw on the field? Yes. But they had Twin Arrival. If a Scareclaw Link would be destroyed, you could banish this instead. So if I did Lightning Storm and hit their monsters, it would do literally nothing. Fuck, it's main phase only. And if I banish this, I don't have another name. Yeah, wait, no, they already banished a dark, so they can't banish another dark. I survive for a turn! Oh, they have Cross Sheep too. Rip. Well, to be fair, our only loss was also against this. Do you keep playing ninjas? I mean, I'm not playing ninjas now. We can do both? Oh. I thought if there was nothing to banish at resolution, I wouldn't summon. All the DD crows in the world. Well, they got something. No! That was the one thing we didn't want. Pardon me. Oh, it's you again. Nice. Another one. Stygian Street Patrol. Yeah, ninjas are fun. I almost played them for this, but I feel like the Scareclaw will be faster. Okay, well, we'll do this. And I guess we might as well just like DD Crow. Just in case they have something with a 2,000 or more attack in their hand. Yay! Top Deck City, here we come. La 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 la. Do I have? Yeah, I need to get the arrival. Add a card. Baloney. Try for a heart. Oh, okay. Oh, there we go. Easy peasy. $500 medals, 500 gems. We're almost there, lads and lasses. Lotties and dotties. When you do the la 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 la, is that a Dead Kennedys reference? No, I don't think so. I'm trying to remember exactly what the tone I did that from, but I only know like 2 Dead Kennedys songs. Oh, they're letting me go first. Why, thank you. Ride, ride, how we ride. There's police truck, and there's a It's a holiday in Cambodia. Da 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 da. Let's grab a Rikaharta. Special summon. I fought the law and the law won. I have a Riven! Bip bop boop. Bip bop boop. Give me my baloney back. Give me that balloon. What if it was you sitting up on that tree? Alright, we're in a pretty good position. I like this position. The submission position. You! No, I mean you! Bump, 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 bump. Is Makonko available in this thing? That don't look like Makonko. More like Makako, am I right? I don't know what I'm talking about. Okay, I learned my lesson from last time. Let's just stop them from doing anything. No links. Oh. Awakening of the Possessed. Charmer cannot be destroyed by card effects. Okay. How charming. To defense. Yeah, okay. Discard one card, take two cards with different names from your add one of them to your hand, set the other. Okay. Another one. Special summon this card. Okay. Let's go ahead and just do this now before they think to do anything. Oh, is this all just an engine? Deck, yeah. Oh. They're deciding. What's their end goal? Exodia? Could it be Exodia, chat? What did they send? Oh, okay. Banish this card. Target one, place it face up in your field. Okay. Which leg is hard? This one. It's got stiffness of an undeniable magnitude. Oh, okay. They can't activate any link effects, but they might just be able to get big enough. No, they cannot. They can! Fortunately, Scareclaw Arrival is a hell of a thing. I just like, she's like... It's like some anime moment where they're like, add more rockets! More rockets! Ah! Like, they hit Scareclaw. Like a little bit of blood comes down, and he's like, ouch. That hurt a little bit. Good night, slash slash. See the deck. Huh. Huh. What on earth? I guess they're just trying to make the charmers and then go into the things and all the spells. They're really hoping I had monster effects. But nope, I just had a trap. Pretty good. They knew what was coming. Easy peasy, chat. Must have been a bad hand, what can I say? Give me 1 second. Turn down the air conditioning. I fooled you, chat. You have been the victims of deception. I said I was going to turn the air conditioning down. And I did. But I also did other things. Things that you'll never learn about. Unless I get 50 subs. The only event I get a lot of free wins. How dare you kidnap the president in that short of a time? I mean, it was pretty easy. He's like asleep all the time. An unreasonable number of sandwiches. Hey, if I'm hungry, any amount is a reasonable amount. Oh, hey, it's Memento. Mementotlin. I know how these cards work. In this event, Regeki does just clear. I mean, depending how they go about the line, you know, DD Crow might just clear. You could have done this from the start. I got a text message. Who could it be, chat? That's Biden. To tell you that he wasn't always sleeping. He's like, from one Joe to another. How could you say this to me? Well, they kind of seem to know what they're doing. The Dark Blade returns. No, grab something you could normal summon. You still haven't used it. Everything's a once per turn. Oh shit. Oh, for real, real? Come on, fusion with the combined creation. It's a memento card. They fused with Goblin? Yeah, I don't know what they're doing. Another horse for later. And a second Goblin. I was really hoping they'd put this in the graveyard and then summon it. Okay. Neat. Ah, okay. That's a lot of text. Too bad I ain't reading all that. Da-dun-dun-da-dun-dun. Let's just get that out of there. Normal summon. Go, go, bobblehead! Go, go, Reichphobia! Let's go ahead and draw 2 cards and see if we can get to anything else. Ooh, spinning is a neat trick. Defense. And now there are 3, so I get to engage. Let's go for this. Draw a free card? Yes. Baloney! Let's go ahead and pop the Combined Creation, just in case. Defanging. Let's go for Tryhard. Bring back Acro. Acro gets Astra. Bada bingo. Bada bango. Battle phase. 4,000 piercing. And then I'll attack again. And then I'll attack a 3rd time. Easy peasy, what do you see? Alright, one more and we get the sleeves. I'd like to get all the gems, but if I could at least get the sleeves before this ends. We're getting close. They're gonna, like, do the update shortly, and then it'll end for good. I think I've got, like, 40 minutes left. We're coming in right on the wire. You wait there, Bones! Have a good one, Yami. Astra! Let's bobble! The link that searches the field spell! Go for this, right? Because we don't need to bring it back because we got Visa Starfrost. Yeah. Pop, pop. But he came back. We'll get this, and we get the one that gives us attack. Set a card, and I guess I could make a Vicious Astrolaud. It doesn't really do anything. I can't make Vicious Astrolaud. Why can't I make Vicious Astrolaud? Oh, because I'm locked into Scare Claws. Yeah, okay. I should have made it beforehand. But I can make it next turn to get more stuff on. Math Mech. In the Fusion Festival? Ah, I see. It would be a shame if someone turned off all your Link Monster effects. Because I'm pretty sure you don't play any fusions, buddy, unless you're playing the AI fusions, in which case, well, fuck me. Also, Droll and Lock. I'm just going for everything here. Okay, good. Okay, double good. Summon back the Astra. Get me my baloney. Pop, pop. Yep. Easy peasy, what do you see? Getting all the things that you couldn't believe. Yay, we got the sleeves! And we got most of the missions, it looks like. We just need to duel several dozen more times. Yay, 730 gems. We're almost back up to 10,000 gems, chat. We'll be able to do everything we need for Memento on Thursday. Four wins and 12 duels. Oof. We've had how many duels has this been? I feel like 8 or 9, and we've lost one so far, and it was a mirror match. Yeah, 8 duels and we lost one. Interesting. I guess we might as well activate this now. The cool thing about this is that it makes it so, let me think about this. Yeah, we just get Twin Saw. Yeah, it makes it so they can't in-perm the bobblehead because they can't target Link monsters in the extra monster zone. They could ash it. And they could ash this, obviously. Let's get this one. Yeah. Special summon. I have arrived! In-perming the Link one is so bad, though. I mean, don't tell that to past me. Did that earlier today. Doesn't really matter. None of this matters. Nothing really matters. Anyone can see. Nothing really matters. No, nothing really matters to me. Dun 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 dun. Anyway, the wind blows. Baguska at home, you got this. Show me the spear mode. I'm pretty sure they can't push me into the back rooms, can they? Well, you know what, just in case, let's go and activate this now. No, it has to be in the main monster zone. Alright, slide to the left. Get it back now, y'all. Safe and sound, thank you for the gifted sub. And if you didn't get one, you gotta type evaded into the chat. Guess who just signed up for the $10 a month? Nice. Send me a message over there and I can send you your, the link to the Discord. Three. 1, 2, a 3. I didn't understand what it did. That's why I gotta watch the Valence ladder climb, baby. Then you will know. I mean, they could normal summon and make Underworld Goddess, but if they do that, then they don't have, like... That's, like, all their resources. They don't have anything to do anything else. Ah, that is a nice link you got there. A shame if it couldn't search you any cards. It frees up a zone, yeah. Now they could use the thing without having to use their normal summon. Potentially. Yep, there we go. Okay. Tough to leg. I'm not dead. So there's that. It's a pity they've turned off the lightning storm for what little it does here. Another one. Alright. Give me back my monster! And also, fuck your monster! Back into the back rooms with ye. Another one. Give me the field spell. Let's go ahead and get this. Let's summon Kashtira. I guess just banish you. I don't need another one of you. And then we can summon this, and we get 2 cards for the price of 1. Draw a free card? Why, yes, indeed. Well, thank you. Let's go ahead and get rid of this. Let's make another one. Bring back Acro. Search Baloney. Special summon Baloney. Arrival. Yeah, the one we need still. No Nibiru? I think you may be over. 3,500. 3,900. 3,900. I will not stop punching. These guys were Tenpai before Tenpai. They were 8 pi, maybe even 9 pi. 3 Punch Man, yeah. Huh? Oh no, don't tell me it's over. Was that the last, the fusion? Is the festival over? Okay, there's still some people here. Yeah, see, if I had played ninjas, it might have been more fun, but I would not have been able to get this done as fast. Okay. Speedrun hours. Normal summon. Bobblehead. The link that searches the field spell. Say it in chat, I want to see it! Alright, they surrendered. Good. We're so close! Ninjas are also just worse. Debatable. Going first again. All right. Normal summon. Say it with me, chat. The link that searches the field spell. All right. Let's draw two. If we can get into some extenders, we're good. Chop. If this card is linked summon the extra monster zone, you can add. Okay. Doesn't really help me, does it? I have to wait until next time. All right. Bobblehead pass. What are we looking at? Heroes? Someone told me I had to look out for heroes. Me meant totalin'. Troll and lock. Not quite. Can't believe they discarded the horse. They must have a second horse, right? Yep. The second one. Sir, a second imperm has hit the horse. $13.50. Make very deep. I field spell. Your effect is negated, sir. Oh, hey. So let's go ahead and just activate this. What does this say again? If a monster is destroyed, you could target one of those monsters. Special summon a monster with a lower hand. You know, let's just get rid of the field spell. Go baloney. Now the question is, do they have the ash? The second ash. Doesn't look like it. There we go. One more win. One more win. One more win. We're almost there, chat. It's coming down to the wire, baby. I'm like Garrick in its prime. The pain of existence is too much to be borne. Everyone's speedrunning. They ain't waiting. They're not like 50 Cent. They would never patiently wait for a track to explode on. Well, fuck. I gotta hope this droll goes hard. Dinosaurs for hire. Troll. Fuck. Look at my hand. All right. Lightning storm. Okay. Ah, I see. Adios. Ah. Runic for hire. Fine. Jeez. I guess it does make sense. Runic for hires, fusions, and links, yeah. Well, this DD Crow has to go hard. Aw, come on. Time is of the essence, and you are playing such a long combo deck. Dark Templar, yeah. I'm trying to think of where we go. I feel like there's a place where Crow hits this. I hope you need this! It's a tiny, tiny world. How do we out the arrival? Very carefully. We have the underworld goddess. What did they add from deck to hand? A purple? I mean, we do have a lot of gas. If all they end on is the arrival, we can out it, probably. What I'm looking at when I see the arrival, a Link 6. That's what Link 6s look like. Duh. A derp, a dop, a double, a dibby dop dip doo wah. Didn't they want to summon this to the zone it points to? Oh, okay. Sir, a second infant has hit the field. Doesn't Scare Cash negate the attack boost from Arrival? I don't think so. What, are they trying to extra link me? I think we can get him, chat. I'm hoping we can make them feel foolish for even attempting this. We get a moral victory, yeah. One of every attribute. When you go to the dentist, you get a molar victory. It has arrived! Oh! And all they have is negate the face-up effects of a card, right? Yeah, so we could just like... Hello. Yeah, you're in the Link Festival. You think people aren't gonna link? Alright, let's try this. Let's go for... This gives us more material, right? No, it doesn't. Oh, yeah, yeah. I should have... It doesn't matter. Not once per turn! What is this, a dark monster? Let's go ahead and make Dark the Dark Charmer. Give me. One, two, three, four, five. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Fuck you. Let's go ahead and make... Oh, it'd have to be one it points to. What just has the most attack? Oh, I could just make this. Hello there. Do I make Vicious? No, I don't even need Vicious Astrolaud. Up to the number you control. Yeah. And then what I gotta do is make the second Tri-Heart. So we can bring back the one that lets me attack. And then gets me the one that gives me extra attack. battle phase. GG, Ignister. You tried so far and you got so hard, but in the end you were just far and hard, and that doesn't win you a duel when you're up against the Joe. $200 gems. Get out of my house. Forgot they took 1K. And there we go. I mean, we're not gonna get... We'd have to do 3 more duels. Or we'd have to do 8 more duels just to get 100 gems. That's not worth it. My 07 was premature, thankfully. Yep. What's the next race to master? We're doing, whatchamacallit? Memento! Memento is gonna be for, June. We should have saved Gold Pride for Pride Month. That would have been sillier. It might have done better after the Snake Eyes. Also, this weekend, you're getting the, whatchamacallit? The volcanic ladder climb up on the YouTube. So you can look forward to that. Thursday, we'll be building and testing the Memento. So if you like pack openings and watching things on YouTube, we'll have a chance for that. For now, I'm going to get headed out of here. Let's see who else is streaming. I mean, Master Duel's about to, like, go into update mode, right?